Took a while to get Michael Wacha out on the mound and the field ready, but away we go. We have not had a lot of rain here the last hour, hour and a half, but yet the forecast and the radar did not look good, so the tarp was on the field. They're going to try to squeeze this in. There's a look at Craig Counsell and Mike Matheny, the respective managers, just trying to get their teams ready, and the Cardinals looking for the sweep here this afternoon.
And of course, Michael Wacha is going to be the main person to stop and allow them to win their third game and sweep it. Wacha, you see 4-7 record, but he's last 4 starts have been all quality starts. He's 3-0 lifetime against the Brewers, so we hope to see that kind of game again. A little high ERA, but I think right now the way the groove he's in, I think he's going to be and of course we know he's accustomed to rain delays.
Every other start it seems like it rains when Michael Wacha is on the mound. VR will lead it off, followed by Scooter Gennett and Ryan Braun. Then Jonathan Lucroy, Chris Carter, Aaron Hill, Kirk Neuenhuis, Ramon Flores, and Chase Anderson. Much of this crowd is stuck around, brave the elements in the rain. What is in early July and actually a cool afternoon here in St. Louis.
Yeah, no doubt. Very, very uncommon for this type of weather. Not uncommon to have rain, but to have this cool 69 degrees right here at 2:35 right here at Busch Stadium 3.
First pitch to VR is taken for a ball, and we're underway. Last 8 games batting .379 with a .471 on base percentage. Changeup taken high, 2 balls, no strikes.
Got to keep him off base. He leads the major leagues with his 26 stolen bases.
The Cardinals, a team coming into this series, they were struggling here at home. They're now 18-23 following the first 2 wins over the weekend. Milwaukee 13-25 on the road. For the first time this season, overall 10 games below the 500 mark, 2-2.
A couple swing and misses right now. That's one thing that Wacha below his average in swing and misses. So just an indication his stuff is getting better.
2-2 pitch. One thing we've noticed too, Michael Wacha, the velocity has been there all season long. It has not been a drop in the velocity of the fastball. As a matter of fact, you may recall a couple of starts ago, he was hitting 98 in the first inning. 2-2 pitch. Struck him out. Comes back to get him. Monday pitch arsenal on Michael Wacha. The fastball, mid-90s. Good changeup. About 20% of the time. Mixes in the cutter and the curve. There's Scooter Gennett, who's hitting .261.
Dan, sometimes I wonder about that cutter, using it as frequently as that cuts down on the velocity. A lot of clubs won't let their young players, and of course Michael Wacha just turned 25 as the calendar turned to July. But they don't like their young pitchers throwing the cutter. But I think that's still an influence left over from the days that Chris Carpenter was here.
There was the cutter right there, in on his hands. And that's what that pitch can do against a left-handed batter.
But too often, you know, it just doesn't have the movement and becomes like a BP fastball. You saw that slide right in on the hands. That's a good one.
Here's the 0-2. And a base hit into right field. Over to get it, Stephen Piscotty. Gennett will stop at first base and holds him to a single. Brings in Ryan Braun. The Cardinals defensively this afternoon. Holiday, Pham, Piscotty, Peralta, Diaz, Carpenter, and Moss on the right side. Yadier Molina is behind the plate, and again that's presented by Dobbs. Cardinals Nation fan club in the Villages in Florida watching the game right now. About 50 fans, all Cardinal fans down in Florida taking it in. Ripped into the left side and right between the shortstop Diaz and Peralta. That ball was tattooed.
Well, you got three guys in the lineup. It's Jeanette, Braun, and then Lucroy have all had a little bit of success against Michael Wacha. Now, there was very little, but nobody else has a hit other than that trio. And so when now two men on, Wacha really has to be careful with Lucroy, who's 3 for 9 against him.
Good first half here for Jonathan Lucroy. 295, 10 home runs, and he's driven in 38. The double play has been a big part of this series. The ground balls the Cardinals have gotten. Adam Wainwright, 7 innings yesterday, 7 hits, a couple of walks, struck out 5. Then in game 1, Jaime Garcia with 8 innings. Gave up an earned run. So those two starters have done their job so far in this series. That's it out of play. Carlos Martinez will go tomorrow. He's sandwiched between Waino on the left and Jaime on the right. Pittsburgh will be in here for the first of 4 tomorrow on the 4th of July.
Of course, this staff is really a ground ball staff, and so they should turn a lot of double plays, and as you said, Wacha could use one right now.
0-2 pitch. 7 different Cardinals collected all 7 hits against Milwaukee yesterday. The Brewers had 7 hits, actually 1 in each inning against Adam Wainwright, but none of them came around to score.
Big difference between the Cardinals batters or what they're doing with runners in scoring position and Milwaukee.
Got him with an off-speed pitch and a strikeout of Lucroy. 2 in the inning. Missouri Lottery Fox Tracks.
Good example of how to throw a downward. Always hear Tallon ball, or releasing the ball. He's 6'6", really exaggerated motion, and the ball over his head. So when he's had trouble, and he had some trouble in May, a lot of times that ball, or in April really, that ball flattens out and stayed up in the zone. But now you're seeing that downward angle a lot different.
Chris Carter looks at a ball. Tommy Pham, a terrific defensive play last night as he robbed Carter, running full speed towards the wall in center, and those two are very good friends and neighbors in the offseason.
Kind of grew up together playing amateur sports. I mentioned the big difference between the Cardinals and Milwaukee with runners in scoring position. Carter's only batting .171 with runners in scoring position. Milwaukee as a team is .240, and the Cardinals are over .300 again.
Runners at first and second after back-to-back singles from Jeanette and Braun. 2 outs and a 1-1 pitch to Carter. Keep an eye on Steven Strasburg here today. A no-hitter through 6 innings. Nationals Expos franchise no-nos over the year. They've had some of those, including a perfect game, you may recall, by Dennis Martinez. That was at Dodger Stadium back in 1991.
Presidente.
Max Scherzer had 2 in the same season a year ago. Year before that, Jordan Zimmerman on the final day of the regular season. Breaking ball, and it's popped up. Molina giving chase and out of room.
Danny, that's Washington, our nation's capital, is the next stop for Milwaukee. They have 11 a.m. game starting tomorrow. 11 a.m. Washington time. And they don't want to wait around all day playing, sitting out rain delays.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Cardinals are done with the Nationals this year already. Runners off with a pitch. The 3-2. Got him on the inside corner. Carter didn't like it. He strikes out the side here in the first. To the strikeout of Carter to strand 2. Chase Anderson finishing up his warm-up tosses with Lucroy behind the plate. Good to see Matt Carpenter back in this lineup. He'll lead things off, followed by Aledmys Diaz and then Matt Holliday. Stephen Piscotty, Brandon Moss, Johnny Peralta, Yadier Molina, Tommy Pham batting 8th, and Michael Wacha, the pitcher, batting 9th. What a year it's been for Carpenter, an all-star season so far, you would have to assume. 14 home runs, he's driven in 50 at .299 average. There's a look at Chase Anderson, making start number 60 of his career. Overall in his career, 18-28. Good portion of that spent in Arizona. Came over from the Diamondbacks in the Gene Segura deal.
He's really struggled his last couple starts, as he's only gone 6 1/3 innings and given up 13 runs and 12 earnings. Carpenter really likes facing Milwaukee. .483 average this year when facing Milwaukee's pitching staff.
The 1-0 pitch, and Carpenter hits a 5-fly ball out to left. Ryan Braun backing up on the track, and he makes the catch. Look at the Brewers defensively with Braun in left. Nieuwenhuis, very good defender at center. Ramon Flores is in right. Hill and VR on the left side. Jeanette Carter on the right side of the infield. And Jonathan Lucroy is behind the plate. That's been one of the issues as you see that fly ball hit to the track for Anderson this year. A lot of home runs allowed.
16 home runs allowed. And 10 of those have been on the road. So you can't blame it all on the, at times, homer-friendly Miller Park.
1 ball, 1 strike on Aledmys Diaz.
Aledmys over 400 during his 5-game hitting streak with a home run, and during that 5 games, 6 doubles.
Fans don't like that call. Home plate umpire is Ron Kolpa. Chris Conroy at first. Jerry Meals, crew chief, is at second. Sean Barber down at third. That's a better pitch than the one that was called a strike. But with Lucroy having to reach for it, you can see why it was called a ball as you get a look at the Hyundai pitch arsenal.
It's 50%, 53% fastballs.
Fourth worst home runs per 9 allowed by Chase Anderson. And the Cardinals the fourth best rate in the National League, so maybe something gives in this game. Right on cue. Diaz, left field, gone. Thank you, Aledmus. Nice job. 1-0 Cardinals.
Ledmus had hit over 350 against the Milwaukee Brewers, but he didn't have a home run until that swing. And boy, you get a ball in the inner half, and he can put a charge in. He hits the ball further than to where the big guys really hit him.
I'm sure Cardinals Nation fan club in the villages in Florida enjoyed that one.
There you see, fourth worst in allowing home runs, and Cardinals fourth best in hitting home runs.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Holiday. And Holiday hits it out to right field. Flores back near the wall, and he's got it. Hotter day here at the ballpark, that may carry out.
No doubt about it. I think you see that on the inner part of the plate, and he just turns on it. Quick bat. That went all the way back. Second deck overhang a little bit, but that was to the right of that area and hit all the way to the back signage.
So 2 outs and nobody on. Here's Stephen Piscotty. Breaking ball and a base hit out to left field. Aledmus Diaz, we may be looking at the Rookie of the Year, maybe looking at an All-Star as well.
His 11th home run, 42 RBIs. He's got a 6-game hitting streak. A lot of things to like, and I think Cardinal fans are going to be enjoying Diaz for many, many years to come.
About to say, it's a position the Cardinals have been looking to fill for a long time and find a long-term solution. That may be it right there in Aledmus Diaz.
Well, Johnny Peralta did a very nice job, but even when they signed him to that contract, it was with the thought process that Diaz, because it really kind of corresponded when they signed him, that maybe year 3, which we're in that Johnny Peralta would move to another position and Diaz would assume the mantle at shortstop.
Moss, right field. Will it stay fair? It is foul. Right now, the bat rack inside the Cardinals dugout is shaking.
Danny, they're running to get up there, but I'm telling you, like you said, if this would have been a normal weather on a July 3rd, which we're talking about close to triple digits, we would have had 3 home runs already. I think it is shaking. Now it's shaking.
Here's a 1-1 pitch to Moss. Inside. Diaz signed the 4-year contract defecting from Cuba. Matt Slater and Moises Rodriguez deserve a ton of credit for finding that young man.
And how about the fact the Cardinals just signed 13 more international picks?
Good changeup out in front, 2-2. There's John Mozeliak, the Cardinals GM. Was at an event today that he spoke at. Talked a little bit about when the offense is rolling, sometimes the pitching is not, and vice versa, but they believe second half they could explode. Time will tell.
Well, time will tell. And time is telling you that the pitching staff is for the most part, has really ironed out some of his problems.
Sure.
And they've been pitching much better. We're seeing the starting pitching that we thought we'd get at the beginning of the year.
Aledmys Diaz, 4th in hits among shortstops, 4th in home runs, 4th in RBI, 1st in average, 3rd in extra base hits. You know, Mo took a lot of heat too for giving up Rob Kaminsky to bring in Brandon Moss. And Moss, who was a so-so stretch run last year, not fully healthy. This season, he is producing. They wanted power. They wanted to inject more offense into this club, and they've done that with Brandon Moss.
And he only hit 4 of his 19 home runs as a Cardinal last year.
Strikeout of Moss, and he didn't like that one. Aledmys Diaz with a home run number 11, RBI number 42. We played an inning here at Busch Stadium, and this long ball has given the Cardinals an early lead. They're looking for a sweep. Aaron Hill leads it off for Milwaukee and looks at a strike. Neuenhuis on deck, and then Flores. 1-0 Cardinals on the home run by Aledmys Diaz. There's strike 2. It's almost a light mist falling right now here at the ballpark, but there is rain in the area.
We're probably going to be contending with this light rain for about the next 3 hours, and then it'll get heavy.
0-2 is hit down the left field line, and it is a foul ball.
Aaron Hill and today's starter for Milwaukee, Chase Anderson, both came over from Arizona in the Gene Segura deal. I know Arizona is very happy to have Segura.
Moved him over to second base. Nick Ahmed, their shortstop, and Segura hitting a career high .310 at the start of play. Could be an all-star this year. There's some good players that they've seen go to other teams in trades that have produced. Chris Davis with them at this time last year leads Oakland in home runs and RBI. We saw Lorenzo Cain and Alcides Escobar of Kansas City, part of the Zach Greinke deal. Marco Estrada with Toronto has pitched well. Ground ball and a fair ball just over the bag. Piscotty hustling in, and he will hold Aaron Hill to a single. You know, the Greinke deal, they'll take a little heat for that, but you understand at that point in time they had not been into postseason play for a number of years. That's the kind of starter that is a difference maker, gets you over the hump potentially in postseason play, and he was pretty good for Milwaukee too.
Yeah, and You know, it's one of those you take a chance on it. But they got a young general manager. When I say young, 31 years of age, David Stearns. And boy, he made some deals in the offseason.
He had worked in the offices of Major League Baseball. Neuenhuis showing bunt, pushes it foul against the shift.
David Stern, 21. I saw him in the hallway today, and he looks like he's much younger than 21 or 31, excuse me.
0-1 pitch. Taken down and in. Michael Wacha, after just a miserable April, has regained traction here in his season. And some of the best numbers he's had in his starts have been against very good teams. Washington, Texas, the Cubs, San Francisco, Kansas City. Those have been his best starts this year.
And they've been recent too. So he's on.
It's a 2-2 record with an ERA under 4 against the defending champs and 4 division leaders. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Ball gets away from Molina, but not far enough for the runner to advance. That's Aaron Hill. Throwing more strikes, and that's been a big key for Michael Wacha. Had a lack of control for a while. Mentioned earlier his downward plane. Tall guy, 6'6". Picks up his 4th strikeout.
Like I said, we're starting to see more and more swing and misses. And there's a great changeup. I was just thinking, Dan, when you're about Molina, yesterday 1,500 hits, 34th catcher. Also maybe a way to put it in perspective. Milwaukee in their history, and it starts in 1969, have only had 4 players get 1,500 hits.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. Robert Yount, Molitor, 2 Hall of Famers. Cecil Cooper was outstanding. Jim Gantner and Braun. So they've had 5 with Braun did it this year.
That's hit out to right. Piscotty, though, right there, makes the catch. 2 outs, and it brings in the pitcher, Chase Anderson. Don't miss baseball's biggest stars at the 87th All-Star Game, presented by MasterCard. That's July 12th, exclusively on Fox, and coverage begins at 6:30 Central. Two outs, and Anderson, an .091 hitter.
The question to me is, will Molina be on that National League All-Star squad?
The final push for votes was a few nights ago.
Will that be released tonight, the names?
There's a bouncer right side and a base hit. So 2 hits in the inning, 4 given up by Wacha this far.
He was just 2 for 22 before getting his 3rd base hit.
Major League Baseball is doing something I think it's really cool. Marlins and Braves on the eve of Independence Day will play at Fort Bragg. That's happening later today. Fort Bragg, the largest military base in the world, more than 50,000 active duty personnel.
And cooperation with Major League Baseball and the Players Association. Spent about $5 million to build a 12,500 seat stadium for them to play in tonight. I guess there was an old dilapidated golf course, and that's where they built the stadium. And Mitch Harris is going to be a big part of it. He's invited by Major League Baseball.
As he should be.
Of course, Mitch, lieutenant in the Navy, still in the reserves, but on the disabled list, had elbow surgery not that long ago, but because he graduated from Annapolis and then served his 5-year commitment before getting into the Cardinal organization and reaching the major leagues last year.
Rain is picked up ever so slightly here at the ballpark. The Cardinals will find out about Molina, Diaz, and Seung-Hwan Oh, all potential All-Stars this year. Johnny Peralta, an All-Star last year at shortstop. For Cowell at short in 2012. Eckstein a couple of times. Renteria. None like Ozzie, though. 15-time All-Star. And 14 of the 15 were with the Birds on the bat.
You really can't see much difference in the intensity of rain, but you sure are seeing a lot of umbrellas. You're seeing people get their ponchos and a lot of activity in the stands.
2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs and 2 on here in the second inning. Hit out of play. Another good fastball in the mid-90s from Michael Wacha. Sure, Ballpark Village has been busy today. A place to stay dry. Full count, so just like in the first inning, runners off with this pitch.
Saw the cutter right there. There's some organizations believe they don't want their young pitchers throwing that cutter. They think it really diminishes their velocity.
Win with a changeup in and out of the glove of Molina. He'll throw it down to first, and Moss on the bag. Another strikeout. And through 2 innings, Michael Wacha has struck out 5. It'll be Peralta, Molina, and Pham coming up. Follow Cardinals baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment. Game day, live game audio and video highlights, StatCast news, and more. All at MLB at-bat. Bottom of the second, 1-0 Cardinals on an Aledmys Diaz home run as we turn to Al Raboski's Toyota keys to the game.
Well, both these starting pitchers need to have fastball command. You know, they'll set up their secondary pitches. At times, Wacha and Anderson have both gotten away from that ability to spot their fastball and have walked people or served up some balls. In the case of Anderson, his 17 home runs he's allowed. And by the way, Peralta is 3 home runs away from 200. See if he can't close that gap today. But fastball command is so important for all starting pitchers, and it should be the easiest pitch to control.
First pitch to Johnny. Take it for his strike. Adam Wainwright said that he had way better stuff against Kansas City 2 starts ago than he did yesterday. But you make pitches when you need to. And he's done that against Milwaukee in his career. Lowest lifetime ERA against an opponent and against the Brewers. It dropped to 2.23. And he's just ahead all time of Roger Clemens on that ERA list against the Milwaukee Brewers.
He started out second to Clemens, and then with his 7 shutout innings last night or yesterday afternoon, he passed Clemens.
Roger did that in the American League primarily, and then Milwaukee shifted to the National League, and Roger was with Houston then. 3 balls, 1 strike on Johnny Peralta. 3 home runs, 10 RBIs this year.
You talk about
off the end of the bat and hit into shallow right. Flores is there to make the catch. So here's the list that we're talking about with Adam Wainwright, just ahead now of Roger Clemens, Jaime Garcia on that list, Ryan Dempster, retired a couple of years ago, and Johnny Cueto of the Giants.
Nice applause for Yadier Molina. But, you know, the first thing that came to mind when you talk about Wainwright saying that he had much better stuff in the game earlier this week against Kansas City, where he gave up all of his runs in the first 2 innings. It makes me always believe that when you think you've got good stuff, you kind of go out there thinking it's going to be easy. When you don't have good stuff, then you really concentrate on location and you work harder to make sure you keep balls out of the, you know, the middle of the plate. You hit your corners and you make pitches where when you think it's going to be easy, you're in trouble.
It's kind of like when a pitcher throws a no-hitter and they'll talk to that pitcher after the game and they'll say, I felt awful warming up in the bullpen.
Or how many times we hear a guy go, oh, he had no hit stuff warming up, and he gets blasted because you go out there thinking, oh, it's going to be a piece of cake. And you can never disrespect hitters. Anybody standing in that batter's box can hurt you.
Ramon Cabrera breaks up the no-hitter for Steven Strasburg in the 8th inning. A base hit for the Reds against the Nationals with a single. That pitch taken low, and the Cardinals picked up their first walk of the afternoon. If you can't watch the games with us right here on television, you can now stream games live on your mobile device. Just go to your app store, download the free Fox Sports Go app, log in, stream the Cardinals wherever you go. 1-out walk, and it brings in Tommy Pham. Adam Wainwright with career win number 128 yesterday. This ties him with Harry Brecheen for 7th all time on the Cardinals list. Harry the Cat Brecheen.
Cardinals have a chance to pick up another game on Chicago. They're currently losing 13-1 to the Mets. The Mets have 21 base hits already in that game.
Potentially, then, you're talking about the Cardinals going and starting playing tomorrow afternoon, only 8 games back of Chicago. And if you get this down to, let's say, 5 or 6 before the break, it'll be a lot of fun in the second half.
And Dan, I kind of feel like even with your five back in September, beginning of September, you're still in it.
Line to second, and Jeanette could not get it out of the glove. Molina back to the bag at first, and there's 2 down. Well, we've seen crazy things happen in September.
As a player, a lot of times you go to spring training and all you really want to be is you want to be playing competitive games in September.
Mike Matheny had an event yesterday in which I was emceeing, and he talked about, and he said, I realize it's cliche, but the day-by-day process, and then you look up in the second half, and if you're within striking range, it becomes a whole lot of fun to come to the ballpark.
You're in a pennant race, you run to the ballpark every day.
And I think most would agree the Cardinals have not played to their potential in certain areas.
Yeah, and I think that's what Mike is also saying. We are much better than what we've played. We're going to get back in this. Of course, the Cubs have to help you a little bit, and they are. But the Cardinals have missed many opportunities recently to get closer to them.
No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Mike's son Tate is a minor league all-star this season with the Boston Red Sox. His daughter is a senior at Ohio State University, plays ice hockey, and she is recently engaged. The other son is the player of the year in the state of Missouri, and he has another boy, 2 other boys, and one is also playing in a wood bat league, but redshirted this year at Oklahoma State. So pretty athletic family for Mike Matheny. Oh, 0-2 the count. Strikeout of Wacha, 2 today for Chase Anderson. We head to the third. It'll be Jeanette, Braun, and Lucroy against Wacha when we return. Baseball presented by T-Mobile as we go around the major leagues. Steven Strasburg, nice return from the DL. John Lester, inning in the third, 9 hits, 8 earned as the Cubs are being pounded today at New York. And Cole Hamels at Minnesota, 4 innings, 10 hits. ERA jumps from 2.60 to 2.93.
There's big scores today. Toronto, they're still in the 9th inning there. It leads Cleveland 17-1. It's now 14-1. The Mets over Chicago. Washington and Strasburg have an 11-1 lead in the 8th inning over Cincinnati. See if the Cardinals can't get in double figures.
Giveaway today was a cooler bag, and that's one way to use it.
Got to be creative, don't you?
Scooter Gennett leads it off. Last 5 starts, each starter has giving the Cardinals a quality start. Last time out, Walker 6 innings, 3 earned against Kansas City. Martinez was great against the Royals. Leake went 7 innings against KC. And then in this series, Garcia and Adam Wainwright very, very good. There's that changeup again. Left it up, got away with it, pounded on the ground, and it's pulled foul. 0-2.
Think about it, Dan. Cardinals starters reeled off 13 quality starts. Then they had 2 that were not, and now 5 more. So you're starting to see that consistency that we expected all season long from the starters.
It's another changeup taken there by Moss to Michael Wacha at the bag. Cardinals have hit a ton of home runs, the top 5 of Major League Baseball, but they do not allow many home runs. 71, second fewest in the National League. Kubota power stats. Brings in Ryan Braun. A steady rain here at the ballpark. Fastball and a strike.
Now is 3 for 4 off of Wacha.
The Cubs may have the Cardinals to thank for this tough stretch of baseball they are in. Cardinals had the sweep at Wrigley, and if they lose today, 4-10 since that time. Arrieta lost his 3rd game in his last 6 starts. That was yesterday, and today John Lester, we showed you that line. He's struggling.
Help me with my memory. Is there you see the score, 22 hits, 14-2.
1-2.
But after sweeping the Cubs, they're about the same spot, aren't they? About 9 games back,
roughly. Yeah.
So they really haven't been able to take advantage of when the Cubs play poorly. But hey, you can whittle it down the next week for the All-Star break.
Change-up again. A lot more change-ups after the first inning for Michael Wacha.
Well, I'd like it when I see him throw the changeup. I thought there were times the last couple of years that he's gone away from that pitch and, you know, really tried to throw more cutters and curveballs. Those are important, but he had such a good changeup to go with his good power fastball.
Off the glove of Wacha, knocks his glove off his hand, and the baseball in the glove of Matt Carpenter for the out. That's 2 hard hit balls by Ryan Braun off of Michael Wacha, and that's Adam Olson. You just saw pictured there. He says he's all right. Knocked the glove literally off the hand.
His hand stinging a little bit. Yachty's going to make sure, but watch this. Falls through. Looked like it got around the thumb area, doesn't it? That's not good.
So 2 outs and nobody on, and it brings in Lucroy.
Dan, a lot of times you learn how to pitch inside after experiencing something like that.
That was up and out over the middle of the plate.
Exactly. You know, for somebody to hit the ball that hard, it's going to be out over the plate. So you say self-defense, you start pitching inside effectively, so you don't get the comebackers.
Here's the 0-1. Fly ball, right field. Piscotty is there. The top of the lineup coming up for St. Louis. The Cardinals on top 1-0. It's available all summer long, and it's only at McDonald's. Bill Finley, the crew chief, was visiting, or rather the groundskeeper, the head groundskeeper here at the ballpark, visiting with the crew chief. I'm sure part of the conversation is, if it continues like this, what do you want to do with the field? The drying agent, how's the field holding up? What's it look like from your aspect of things? Right before Bill went down, he mentioned something to Mike Matheny.
Maintain the lead and get a couple more innings in.
Carpenter pops it up on the first pitch.
With the home team leading, 4.5 innings would be a complete game. Stopped by rain.
Matt Carpenter not here yesterday after dealing with a death in the family, so back today. Falls behind, 0-2. Fly to left his first time up. The Cardinals and the Padres, the only two teams in baseball who have yet to win 3 in a row at home this year. So therefore, no home series sweeps. This time last year, they had 6 of them. On their way to 55 home wins and the best home record with the Dodgers in baseball. Carpenter pops it up. And the catch is made. 1 away. Let's go back to the home run hit by Aledmys Diaz. Number 11 and RBI number 42.
And the 17th home run allowed by Chase Anderson. With your perfect timing, talking about how the Cardinals hit him and Chase gives them up. It has been fun to watch Aledmys Diaz, all of his extra base hits.
Aledmys, the other day, I asked him about the All-Star game, what it would mean to him. He said, I understand that it's a big deal for any player invited to play in that or voted into the game, but certainly extra special if he would have that opportunity. Here's a player that we didn't think would be here at this time, and here he is. The great story of defecting from Cuba. Only had a bike when he was playing baseball as a little kid. Never had ridden in a car. Didn't learn how to drive a car until he got to the United States.
8 of his last 10 hits have been extra base hits.
And he draws a walk, the second issued by Anderson.
Not a good combination when you walk people and give up a lot of home runs. Thought Holiday was going to be going back to back with him on a warmer day or normal July day. Cardinals would have had 3 home runs with the first 3 batters, because remember, Carpenter took one deep to left, Holiday deep to right.
He's 0 for 1 today. Diaz, your runner at first. One thing the Cardinals certainly are right now, station to station. There's not a lot of speed up here at the big league level. That was a point of emphasis in some of those international signings that we've heard about the last 24 hours. Try to find some speed. And Holiday hits it a ton into left center. It's at the wall and caught. And Diaz back to the bag at first. That's the second ball today that Holiday has hit to the wall.
There are no doubt that Holiday would have 2 home runs. The normal humidity and the heat of a St. Louis July. Uncharacteristic, just 69 degrees at the start of this game. Sounded good, looked like it was going to carry, but then you saw the center fielder kind of under control, Nice gets the ball back in, and you knew it was going to stay in the park.
Here's Stephen Piscotty. Piscotty has a protective gear on his elbow as well as on the shin. Hurt in the series against Kansas City. 2 outs, runner at first. That's Aledmys Diaz. Breaking ball and a strike. First time up, he singled. Last sweep for the Cardinals at home was in late September of last year against the Cincinnati Reds.
Right on the black with that curveball.
The 0-1 pitch. It's now 13 straight series against Milwaukee, which the Cardinals have tied or won the series. It's the longest active streak of its kind between the two teams, or any two teams from the same league. Last time it was like this for the Cardinals, 1950, 27 consecutive series streak against the Pirates. That stretch from 50 until July of 1954.
Let's wear the 50s uniforms tomorrow night against the Pirates. Tomorrow afternoon.
On 2 the count with 2 outs and a runner at first. Hung that breaking ball and a base hit into left. That's what you call a hanger there.
Yeah. You know, breaking ball is a good pitch, and you know Lucroy calls it, but he's assuming his pitcher's going to execute and not hang one in the middle of the plate. And Piscotty shows you why he gets paid, but a good at bat. And this is the thing about it. He can make adjustments to the bat. Of course, it helped out with a hanging breaking ball there because everyone can adjust to that, but still got to hit it hard.
Kia in the driver's seat. The Cardinals highest average in all of baseball with runners in scoring position at 302 at the start of play. Baltimore, Texas, Boston on that list.
A couple years ago it was 330 and just set all kinds of records for that, and then now all of a sudden we're back over 300 again.
Shift is on for Moss, who was called out on strikes back in inning number 1. Barely missed a home run in that first at bat as he crushed one down the right field line. Pitch number 52 from Anderson. On its way to Moss. 2 balls and no strikes.
Two and 0 to a power hitter.
He'll be quick with those sides.
Yeah.
The 2-0. Pulled the string on Moss.
Change up right there. Gaylord Perry had such a sophisticated set of signs that I remember had a young catcher with Atlanta, Buck Owens. He was from Ohio and he got a start and caught Perry in Cincinnati. And the very first sign got crossed up, or he thought he called for one sign and did not get a glove on it, and the ball went right over his shoulder and hit Ed Bargo, who was the most senior umpire in the National League at the time, right square in the chest. And I think that kid, after 2 or 3 innings, he was begging to come out of that game for the beating he took for the rest of the game from the umpire.
The 2-2 pitch. Moss gets it off the end of the bat. Popped up. Into shallow right. Second baseman Scooter Gennett battling the raindrops still falling here at the ballpark. It's 1-0 St. Louis as we head to the fourth. ...2006 World Series anniversary celebration presented by Budweiser. July 15th, 16th, and 17th here at Busch Stadium. All weekend long, you can get exciting promotional items commemorating the Cardinals' win over the Tigers in the Fall Classic. And catch the special pregame reunion ceremony on Saturday, July 16th. More information at cardinals.com/promotions. A look at David Eckstein. He'll be back in town as he was the World Series MVP of '06.
The Cardinals still have their sights set on defending their Central Division crown. They won that 3 straight years. But 2006 makes you realize that anything is possible, any way to get into the postseason, and then you take your chances.
Here's a ground ball that's hit to short. Diaz collects himself and makes the play. Adam Wainwright in 2006. That was against, when you look at New York in the championship series and in the World Series against Detroit, he was almost unhittable. 6 innings, only gave up 2 hits in those 2 series. That's it. The shortstop now getting better and better. And that's Aledmys Diaz charging on those plays. I was talking to David Bell about that. They've gotten him to be more aggressive. And they say it's a credit to him coming in on the ball, not worrying about the errors that he committed early on this season, but having the confidence to come in, get the short hop, and you'll see him a lot of times just sling it over, but always be in motion, not flat-footed, and those strong throws to first base.
I remember there was a little problem with getting the visa after he defected.
Into right center field. Ball drops. Pham is over. Back into the infield.
So there was almost a period of 2 years that he did not play baseball. And I think during the time when the showcase, in auditions that he had for major league teams, I think that's where, because of the inactivity, he hurt his arm. And that kind of set him back. But Johnny Peralta said, he's a real smart kid. He really wants to get better. And that's where you have to have that in order to improve as quickly as he has.
Pitch taken high by Nieuwenhuis. Aledmys Diaz has an education that is the equivalent of 3 years in college, and he was studying at that time sports management and also sports medicine. And as he told me, in Cuba, the education that those kids get is really good. 98% literacy rate. So they learn to read and write, well educated. And his father was a very bright man. Dad was an architectural professor and also had a degree in agriculture and was relocated for 3 years in South Africa when he was a young boy, and that's how he began learning English with just a few words every other day. Aledmus said his dad would teach him, and so he had a little grasp of the language when he got to the United States, and then started watching television to help him out.
Eduardo Perez, his dad defected and the only Cuban Hall of Famer, told us that everybody has to go to school in Cuba. And because I had found that, you know, the few Cubans that I played with, and they just seemed so much more advanced than others, and that's why, you know, Eduardo told that to us, that everyone gets an education there.
Three and two, the count on Nieuwenhuis. Big gap in right center field. Runner goes, and that is well hit down the right field line, and that ball is off the wall. Taken there by Piscotty. He'll relay it in. Carpenter will hold the baseball as they hold up Hill at third. It's a double for Nieuwenhuis, and it brings in the 8th place hitter, Ramon Flores.
That's the first extra base hit among 6 hits that Wacha has allowed here, and you can't hit a ball any harder than that. Just a line drive. Have to be thankful, and right in the middle and up a little bit. That just ball says hit me. Runner Hill was running on the play, but Scotty got to that ball, got it in very quickly, and with just 1 out, they hold. Here you got Flores, the 8th place hitter here now with runners in scoring position.
He had a hard hit ball his first time up, a line drive out to Piscotty. Something to keep in mind, and we talked about it yesterday, just the footing of the outfielders. And you can see them going after some of the base hits in this game, tiptoeing to the ball to make sure they don't slip.
It's a good point, Danny. Flores has hit .293 on the road this year.
Good changeup, 1 ball, 1 strike.
He had been 0 for 1 before that line drive with a strikeout, so.
The Chevy Fox tracks, good changeup. Cardinals, if they wanted to, could pitch around Flores with first base open, Anderson on deck. We'll see how this at bat plays out. Ground ball and a fair ball. 2 runs will score, and Milwaukee goes on top as Flores is on his way to second base with an RBI double. 2-1 Brewers here in the top of the 4th.
Gonna pitch to him, you gotta make sure you get him out. It's hard to defend a ball that goes right over the bag, first base bag, and drives in 2 runs. See, Yachty set up away, the ball was away, but it was up a little bit. 3 straight hits, and now you have the pitcher spot up. I always want to go after that 8th place hitter. And sometimes you do that, you're going to get burned.
Back to Wacha. Looks back the runner. Out number 2. 2 outs, brings in VR.
Wacha's on time, and he'll get a new baseball.
It is funny, you know, you sit there and say, well, first base is open, and you get the guy, that 8th place hitter, and you say, that's a good move. You're aggressive.
Right.
Now you got the 9th place hitter, which is your pitcher. And then when the 8th place hitter gets a base hit, you say, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Kind of caught between a rock and a hard spot there.
And I know any day now you're going to be a major league manager.
Oh, yeah.
And you will never,
nope.
you will never get burned.
Just put the 4 up, put him on first.
Matter of fact, Danny might walk the eighth place hitter with nobody
every
on base.
time. Yes. Put him on.
Put him on.
But that is the great thing about baseball, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
You know, you're sitting at home, you're thinking about it. Folks at the ballpark, and you question, you can, if you want, every pitch, you know, and how you approach a hitter.
Well, I think baseball allows people to second guess more than any other sport. And of course, the National League, it's one of the biggest differences. You know, with the DH, so many moves, you don't have those decisions to be made.
0-2.
I remember Tony La Russa, you know, when he first got here, and people said, well, anybody can manage in the American League. You don't have to make any decisions. And he really resented that. And his coaching staff did too. You know, Duncan and McKay and all the guys that came over with him. But after they got in the National League for a while, they realized that it is a much better game. Not that, you know, Tony, they all played with the old rules.
I like it when I'd go into Tony the next day after a controversial move, and I'd ask him questions, and then he'd say, I'd like to manage against you someday.
Yeah, we've all heard that one. But, you know, and I mean, on those things, Tony never objected. Anybody ever coming in there and questioning a move or a strategy. Now, he's a very bright guy, and he had a lot of time to think about it when we'd come in the next day, but he never shied away from that at all.
VR strikes out.
Third time.
6 today for Walker. First lead for Milwaukee. It is the primetime event that will light up the summer. Major League Baseball's All-Star Game from San Diego, July 12th, and it's only on Fox. Ramon Flores with a double. It scores 2, and it's a 2-1 Milwaukee lead. Light rain here at the ballpark. More rain coming in, we understand. Bill Finley was out to visit with the crew chief moments ago, Jerry Meals. Here's a 1-0 pitch.
Well, that just means the Cardinals need to score a couple this inning. Get through the top half of the 5th inning.
Any ball that hits the dirt, it's thrown out. Certainly any ball that's put in play with this wet surface. I remember talking with Bill DeWitt Jr., the Cardinals' principal owner. He said it's amazing how far baseball has come. I said, well, yeah, sure. You know, players change, teams change, league changes. And he said, no. He said, I remember working for Branch Rickey and my father, and we used to save every baseball, every one, because back then that meant money. And now they're thrown out no problem. Different promotional giveaways and dates and jerseys that are given away and signed for auction and charity. It is a thriving business, the business of baseball.
Whitey Herzog and I last month were talking about, there used to be if you threw a ball in the stands, you got fined. Now you probably get fined if you don't throw a ball in the stands. But you talk to Red and Stan when they were in their playing days, and they'd have like 8 baseballs for all of batting practice.
That's hit out of play. Red was telling us that they used to arrive for batting practice after a drive in which either Stan or Red picked one or the other up. At 5:30 they would leave to get ready for a game that would start at 7:30. Few swings, stretch, and away they went. Here's an 0-1 pitch to Yadier Molina. We are so fortunate to still have so many Hall of Famers with us, like Red, Whitey, Lou, Gibby, Ozzie. Here's a 1-1 pitch to Yadier Molina. And Molina hits a high fly ball into center. Neuenhuis under it, makes the catch. We go into a lot of other towns, and to an extent we take it for granted that these guys are around, they're accessible. They want to be at the ballpark. They want to talk to the players, want to talk to us. And a lot of teams just don't have this history.
Yeah, that's why we marvel at opening day when you get to see the Hall of Famers, the Red Jackets. Now we're bringing in the Cardinal Hall of Famers. And there's going to be a day when there's going to be several of the National Hall of Famers are not going to be with us, so they enjoy it, every aspect of it, and the fans, I know they do too. And we do. One of the biggest treats we
next
get.
Wave that we've got is Albert Pujols. I think Yadier Molina.
I agree.
1-0 pitch. I think it's going to be fascinating to see where the numbers wind up for Yadier Molina. Not many thought he'd even get to 1,500 hits. And he's still going strong, and as long as he stays healthy, 2,000 certainly within reach. Where do the numbers wind up with Pujols? How long does he play?
Think he plays out the 10-year contract? I mean,
It's a great question. I don't know.
I mean, health has been a real issue just about every year since he's left.
Well, I said this when we were in Anaheim. He's got a shot to get to Bonds' home run record. Now, he may hit 210 along the way, but he's going to pop some home runs. And if he plays out that contract, there is a chance that he would get there. 2-1 pitch. 3-1.
For whatever reason, Bonds was one of those rare athletes that his numbers increased dramatically late in his career.
It's funny how that happened.
For whatever reason.
Yep. We'll see Barry Bonds as the hitting coach of Miami coming up. The 3-1 pitch to Pham, and he walked him. 4 walks in this game, 2 in the inning.
Got to take advantage of it.
Fans can purchase a special themed ticket to Bud Bash to get a Tony La Russa bobblehead. That's July 5th, this Tuesday. VIP Bud Bash ticket for an exclusive pregame event with Tony and the Budweiser Bowtie Bar. Tickets at cardinals.com/budbash. I
know when you are going to be that major league manager, and it's any day now. Somebody's going to offer it to you. Chase Anderson would be one of your first. He would be in your rotation, walking the 8th place hitter.
There's a time and a place for those walks.
So you didn't agree with that one, huh?
That one I wouldn't be happy with.
Okay.
I like, though, the fact that you're pushing me for this major league job. This is great. You want me out of the booth? You want me down there?
No, I want. Hey, I could be your hitting coach.
Oh, that'd be great. A pickoff and back in safely Peralta. You would have a lifetime contract.
Yeah, whose life?
I'm not sure how long that would last. Actually, you drive me to. I'd be gone before you.
Well, they'd hit their averages would be too high in production. See if Walker can't help himself.
I don't think I'd want any part of being a major league manager.
No.
Everything these guys have to do.
No, you're not afraid of work. You work hardest working man that I know.
Well, I appreciate
that.
that.
In baseball and everything, what you do for the Cardinals and what you do, just for us at Fox.
It's a lot of fun. Anderson gets the lead man. Well, Al, where does that need to be bunted on that play? It's seeing that Carter is charging at first.
Well, ideally, you want to bunt it down the third base line. You bunt it hard enough to where it gets by the pitcher to where the third baseman has to come in and field it. If the third baseman fields it, there's nobody there at the bag. So bunting it just right back to the pitcher does no good.
The Pirates have claimed Eric Fryer off of waivers.
It'd be his second stint there, and I told Eric Fryer that opening day, talking with Clint Hurdle, and you saw that Fryer was on the roster, and you had a big smile and said, really a great kid. Well, we'll get to see him.
Did such a nice job here in St. Louis.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate that sometimes those numbers games get you.
What's on tap? Nice and Martinez tomorrow. Jonathan Nice, longtime Met, the left-hander against Carlos Martinez. We come your way on the 4th of July at 12:30. Budweiser, what's on tap? 0-1 pitch. Carpenter rips it into center field. A run will score, and this game is tied. Matt Carpenter driving in his 51st, and it's a 2-out RBI, and it's 2-2.
And that's why with 1 out you can have the pitcher bunt, because you got such a batter coming up that is so good in RBI situations and just leads your ball club in RBIs. That broke the tie with Holiday. And you just feel like he's going to come through.
So 4 walks in the game, 2 in the inning. One of those comes around to score. That's Tommy Pham.
51st RBI, and a lot of pitches have been up and over the middle of the plate.
Here's Aledmys Diaz with runners at first and second and 2 outs. He is homered here today. And Diaz hits a high fly ball. Will it carry? It is at the wall, and it is caught. Ron had more room than he realized as Diaz gave it a ride. We're tied up. It's 2-2. first since Andy Hawkins started 11-0 with San Diego. Mentioned that Andy is the only Padre to record a victory in a World Series game for San Diego. Some work on the field between innings. Oh no. Go ahead, Al.
I told you it doesn't work. We didn't see anybody use it. Look at it, it's already clogged up.
Go ahead. It's
the only thing that Major League Baseball has done for the pitcher since 1969, when Bob Gibson's great year, the 1.12 ERA in '68, forced them to lower the mound. That's the only thing, and it doesn't work.
You feel better now?
I feel better when I'm over at Ballpark Village and you're ragging on me for it.
The old tongue depressor is the best thing that ever worked. It always works. We start talking about I'm with Rick, and the next 2 innings I always take a peek to see if you're coming through the door.
Oh, I got friends though.
Slowly hit to second. One away. So Scooter Gennett 1 for 3. Brings in Braun. Well, Braun had a lot more room in left field than he realized in that play. That was the ball that was hit by Diaz.
I saw Jonathan LaCroix, and here you see it right there. He's tippy-toeing there, but he's feeling for the wall, and he's in the middle of the warning track. Lucky he didn't miss that ball.
I would think for a team that's starved for offense, this guy is quite the chip that would be out there for Milwaukee here in the next month.
Let me ask you, could you ever see him and the Cardinals put together a deal?
I could.
You know, I mean, they're rebuilding. We have the chips.
Into center and a base hit. Only reason I say that, it's just, you know, it's tough to trade, I would assume, if I'm John Mozeliak within my division. You know, sometimes you do it out of necessity. Many times we see it with maybe a setup man, you know, relievers, but not starters or position players. Not all the time. Not to say it can't happen.
Can't throw balls in the middle of the plate and expect to get away with. The only good thing there is it's just a single. But Braun is 2 for 3 today. He is now 4 for 6 off of Waka.
I was encouraged to hear what John Mozeliak had to say at this event that emceed for the season ticket holders. And it took me by surprise. He said, I think it's the best that our farm system has been in years.
Wow.
And he said that includes when, you know, all those guys came through and graduated to the big leagues, when you had Rosenthal and Martinez and Alan Craig, and the list goes on and on. But, you know, that's quite the statement. And they were busy in the international signing period.
13 players.
Yeah.
You know,
spent a lot of money.
I think it's 4 pitchers and 9 position players.
Base hit into right field. Braun to second base. He's going to run on Piscotty. Throw to third, and it hits Braun.
And then the LaCroix, good base running right there, saw the throw going to third, so he goes to second. So you end up with 2 runners in scoring position. A base hit and takes third on the throw. Braun kind of really checking, then he's running hard right here, and it looked like a real good throw, but it hit him right in the middle of the back, right? It stays there to where he couldn't advance.
May have gotten him in the right arm, the tricep area. Either way, strong throw, and from the Brewers' perspective, you like to see first to third on a play like that.
Now you got Carter, who tied for 4th in the National League with 20 home runs, but also 103 strikeouts on the year, and 169 average with runners in scoring position. second time in this game he's come up with runners in scoring position. He struck out back in the first inning, looking, didn't like the call.
1 ball, 1 strike.
So Walker in his last start, pitch out of a bases loaded 1-out jam. This should be easy.
Easier said than done.
Yeah. But when you do it one time, you know, you do think about it and you say, hey, I'm not, you know, it's not the desired situation, but it's not something that I have to succumb to. I can pitch my way out of it.
2-1 pitch to Carter. I go back to the postseason, that great run that he had, and coming up against the Dodgers with the bases loaded, pitched out of that jam, and that was really the key sequence of at-bats in that win over LA in that series.
And there's no doubt. Just July 1st, he turned 25 years of age, and he's done a lot in his career and do a lot more.
2-2, just missed. 3-2 the count.
Not the worst thing if you walk him.
Is there any way that he'd see a fastball?
No, I was thinking he's got to see a changeup, something off speed. You think that, and you throw a fastball, and he'll be tardy. Get through the, look like a cutter.
Milwaukee in this series with runners in scoring position, 1 for 17. So the first walk issued by Michael. Bases are loaded for Aaron Hill.
It was 2 for 2.
Conversely, the Cardinals 8 for 19 this series with runners in scoring position.
I said quite a contrast, you know. When you
Today they are 1 for 6. That was the double by Flores to score 2 back in the 4th.
thing Walker could do is get ahead in the count like he did. He just 241 for Aaron Hill with runners in scoring position.
You mentioned that Michael just turned 25, and it's a who's who of these young pitchers that have had 70 starts, 30 wins, and a sub 3.5 ERA. Walker, Shelby Miller, Julio Teheran, Madison Bumgarner, Clayton Kershaw. That's it.
I said Kershaw's got something. Is it 70 wins?
Right when he turned 25, he had 61 wins.
61.
Same thing with Bumgarner, 61. The 2-1 pitch doesn't get the call. 3-1.
Just low, a little bit low, not by much. Big pitch here.
3-1. Double play ball. Diaz flips to Carpenter. Double play. Hard hit, and the Cardinals turn 2. The Cardinals teaming up on Monday, July 18th for an exciting theme night here at the park. Fans purchase a special theme ticket, take home a Cardinals baseball t-shirt for their American Girl doll, and a special offer from the American Girl store in St. Louis. Theme tickets available now, cardinals.com/theme. The double play, a big one in this game. Here's Holiday. And he skies one into center field. One out here in the bottom of the fifth. The Cardinals turned 4 double plays yesterday, 2 the night before against Milwaukee, and 1 here today, so 7 in this series.
Made the pitches when they've needed to. Piscotty 2 for 2.
Last time up, it was a hanging breaking ball, and he drilled it into left field. We were talking about before how you can question every decision pitch by pitch. To me, this is a good example. Piscotty is 2 for 2. What's the right pitch to get him out?
The way pitchers perform today is they show every pitch in their arsenal. You know, it used to be if you got, throw a pitch down and away, get a little ground ball to second, keep on throwing that pitch until they show you they can beat you, or if you get later on your 3rd or 4th time up and all of a sudden the game's on the line, you got a couple guys on base, well, then you break out your out pitch, but you haven't shown it to him yet. A guy like Tom Seaver is a great example. You never could really appreciate Seaver until you saw him in a jam, because all pitchers were back then, remember, they would have, a premier pitcher would be in the 20s in complete games. So he's pitching to contact. And until he got in a jam, that he didn't break out his good stuff. He was just trying to let you hit the ball and utilize the defense. But if all of a sudden you got a couple guys on, the game's on the line, all of a sudden the fastball had 2 or 3 miles an hour more in velocity. Curveball was that much sharper. And you just, you start hitting those corners and painting it, looking for strikeouts.
It's another walk for the Cardinals, 5 today. 3rd time that Piscotty has been aboard. And hearing you say that makes me think about Alex Reyes, and we're always asked about the Cardinals' top prospect, and Craig Counsell, slow walk. They've had a right-hander throwing in the pen, Jacob Barnes. But until Alex Reyes can get through 5 innings at AAA without 110 pitches, you're probably looking at initially that he'd be in the bullpen. We'll talk about that when we come back. It's our Chevy call to the pen. That's it for Anderson. This week, learn about Yadier Molina's new M4 clothing line. Along with an in-depth interview with Molina, get a profile of Cardinals pitcher Navy Lieutenant Mitch Harris, Cardinals Insider, brought to you by your Mid-America Chevy dealers. After the game on Fox Sports Midwest as Jacob Barnes takes over. You can get that clothing line, by the way, over at the Cardinals team store. Spoke to Yadi about it. Wanted to make that available exclusively to Cardinal fans, and you'll find that at the team store here at the ballpark.
Barnes made his major league debut on June the 3rd. Is selected by Milwaukee in the 14th round in the 2011 draft from St. Petersburg, and still makes his home there. Former spring training home of the Cardinals before they moved to Jupiter.
1-0 pitch and a foul ball. Barnes was told about the call up and was very emotional with the media when that happened. His stepfather Ray, the man who raised him since he was a year old, was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer of the lungs and brain just before Barnes was beginning his first major league spring training, and unfortunately he passed away in April. And here he is, this right-hander, getting the call up to the major leagues.
And their AAA team is in Colorado Springs. I don't know how you judge people in Colorado, or ball just flies.
Yeah.
But in 17 games, he had a 1.21 ERA. His 14 hits and 22 in the 3rd innings.
Just inside to Moss. Also on that Cardinals Insider, had the chance to sit down with Mitch Harris, and what we really get into is the Tony Conigliaro Award, which was given to him, the Tony C Award, at the Red Sox baseball writers dinner this past off season, and that's something I think fans will enjoy getting a chance to see and hear from Mitch Harris.
As Fortune was out all season, really didn't even pitch in spring training because of elbow issues, and finally they operated, not Tommy John, but an elbow surgery.
Two and one the count. Moss today is struck out, popped out. That's way high. Hyundai pitch arsenal, good fastball, as Al told you about, slider and cutter. He struck out 84 in 75 innings at Double-A a season ago.
Turned 26. His birthday being April 14th. 6'2", 220. Got his first major league loss last Sunday. Maybe he could do it 2 Sundays in a row.
3-2 pitch. Moss rips it down the right field line into the corner. Piscotty digging for third. Being waved in. The relay is botched. Moss on his way to third, and a run does score. Cardinals back on top. It's 3-2.
Danny, you touched on it, or you said it, the botched relay throw, and there would have been a play at the plate. He probably would have been out. But Scotty was able to get it all the way over there, come all the way home from first base, probably a double, and then goes to third on the field. But see, he got there, has the play in front of him. He knows he's going to get at least to third, and they wave him on home. Here's the relay throw. Missed the cutoff man, goes off his glove, and by the time they retrace it, Moss was able to get to third base.
Good base running by Moss to pick up Chris Maloney. That's how it's supposed to be done.
But isn't that so simple, though? Hey, he picked up his third base coach.
Play is behind him. He can't see it. Looks over at third base to the man that does. That's Chris Maloney, and he was waving in Piscotty, and then he moves up the line so that the next man coming through can pick him up.
You can see the play until you get to almost to second base. Then you got to pick up your coach.
Peralta with a high fly ball into center. The catch is made by Neuenhuis. His throw not in time as Brandon Moss scores, and it's 4-2 St. Louis.
Last run charged to the new pitcher Barnes, but the third run, the go-ahead run, charged to the starter Anderson.
He's got to be kicking himself with five walks. Two of those come around to score.
And Dan, I think what Craig Counsell knows that this game could be stopped at any time, so you try to go with a fresh arm to try and hold the lead or hold the tie. Bring in Barnes, and now all of a sudden you're down by 2.
The 1-1. Yachty hits a ground ball to short. And the inning is through. The Cardinals regain the lead, and it's 4-2 as we head to the 6th. Chevy called to the pen moments ago, trotting in from the Cardinals bullpen. Michael Wacha, 93 pitches here today. And with a couple lefties coming up, Cardinals make the move. It's our Chevy call to the pen. Tyler Lyons is in for St. Louis to start the 6th.
Tyler's role has really shifted now that Segrist is on the disabled list with mononucleosis. Kepper was sent down, so he's the lone lefty down there in the bullpen.
Segrist, the Cardinals are thinking 2 weeks, if not 21 days, that he'd be out with mono.
Wacha did give up 9 base hits and 2 runs, but stands to be the victor. I think with the fact that rain is imminent, you really kind of change things around a little bit.
Strike 2, Neuenhuis. rain has picked up considerably, and that drops in like the raindrops for a strike. 3 pitches and a strikeout. It is pouring right now here at the ballpark as Garcia, Wainwright, good starts in this series, and the Cardinals get 5 out of Michael Wacha here this afternoon.
Well, we saw that Bill Finley, the head groundskeeper here, went out and talked to the umpires again.
There's Flores, and there's strike 1.
My radar says the rain will ending in 12 minutes, and you got a roughly about a 15-minute window and before more rain comes into the pitcher.
Fans start to scurry for cover. 5 pitches, 5 strikes. It's not just trying to get the game in, but the obvious aspect of this is, you know, the grip on the bat, grip on the baseball, the footing of the players, and the ultimate part of this is keeping the players healthy. You don't want to see an injury.
Yeah, that's a big part.
And a base hit into center field. That ball almost scooted by Tommy Pham with that wet outfield grass.
Umpires will watch situations like that, and pitchers slipping on the mound or hitters in the batter's box. And
watch Pham here.
Yeah, he was playing over left center, but he goes to get it, and that ball took a little bit of a scooted a little bit on him, but he hauled it in.
Pinch hitter will be Jake Elmore. Rain coming down with 1 out, runner at first, and a 4-2 St. Louis lead. Now Molina calling time.
It's just a little bit of a stall tactic here because the Cardinals have a lead. This isn't even the heavy stuff yet. There's St. Louis, which is now with the renovations on the riverfront is held at Forest Park, and they weren't even opening up until 4 o'clock due to heavy rains and lightning.
See the batter shaking the helmet to get the raindrops off the bill of the helmet. That's it out of play.
Just look at the clarity of your picture. You know, you can tell that all of a sudden it's much darker. The lights are on here that really have no effect yet.
I don't know about you. I'm a little surprised we're still playing.
I think what part of that is because Bill Finley said that, you know, really it's not the heavy stuff yet.
When's the heavy stuff?
Yeah, well, you're only in the yellow stuff. Then it'll lighten up. Then you got 15 minutes. Supposed to stop at 4:36 to be exact.
Right now it is in the umpire's hands too, if and when we would stop.
It's a little lighter now.
Jerry Meals is the crew chief.
We remember you know, unfortunate situation several years ago in Chicago where Eli Marrero broke his ankle basically in a game that wasn't played because it never was an official game. But that one was an ugly mess, and the player got hurt in it. You can start seeing around the shortstop, third base area where it looks like the edge of the grass, meaning the outfield grass, is starting to change colors there, where they'll have to work on that part of the field.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Jake Elmore.
Friday night, Elmore got a base hit, pitch hitting. His first hit of the year.
One, 2, and a strikeout of Elmore. One of those situations too, Al, where a lot of times you'll see the umpiring crew wait until that third and final out, and then immediately bring the tarp onto the field. May see that.
Yeah, trying to give them an opportunity with, without that stoppage in play, and kind of break the momentum.
There's a leadoff man, VR. He's had a tough afternoon with 3 strikeouts.
Got the hat trick, looking for the golden sombrero.
The crowd today, 41,148. 41148.
3 strikeouts, a hat trick, 4 strikeouts, the golden sombrero, 5 strikeouts, a release.
You got your papers in the locker afterwards. It is pouring right now here at the ballpark.
Biggest thing for a pitcher is trying to keep that hand dry. You can put the ball in the glove, but see under the armpit, trying to keep it dry so you get a good grip.
Two outs, runner at first, and a 1-0 pitch. The other part of this too that you get concerned about is you continue to play in the rain, and if you don't bring the tarp out and then you bring it out a little bit later, the damage is done to the infield.
It's going to take a little work in between innings either way.
1 ball, 1 strike. Very short lead at first. That's taken high.
He's trying to keep his bat dry. Tyler's trying to keep his hand dry. And the field is a little wet.
See behind Jerry Meals the puddles.
That's got to be pretty close to right in the base path too.
Good curveball. Lions 1 strike away from striking out the side here in the top of the 6th. Cardinals, by the way, have not had a crowd under 40,000 since September of 2012.
Wow. Amazing, isn't it?
It is.
The rain is ending any minute, according to my app. It has lightened up. We'll have some time to work on the field after this inning's over. Then we got about 40 minutes of dry time again.
Curveball and just missed. Our crew. Yeah, that's you, James.
Yeah.
Gonna wait through snow, sleet, rain. It doesn't matter.
What a great job they do on a daily basis here.
3-2 pitch. Popped up. Out of play. There's Dawn, and she gets to stay under cover. You know, Tony West wouldn't dare go outside. There's Tony behind.
He wouldn't dare.
Kim Eberly.
He'd probably melt, wouldn't he? Some guys like the rain.
3-2 pitch. Yep, the grounds crew's definitely going to have to do some work here between innings. Tony
West, believe it or not, is behind that camera right there. Eric Lilliquist always checking on him, make sure he's okay. He's in there.
Tyler Lyons strikes out the side here in the top of the 6th.
Golden sombrero.
So we have a moment to get you caught up if you're just joining us. Michael Wacha, 5 innings here today, then gave way to Tyler Lyons. Milwaukee has struck out a total of 9 times in this game, including 4 by VR, as Lyons struck out the side. Our lows, home field advantage. And Michael, Al loves it here at Busch Stadium.
Yeah, he does. He's had some struggles this year, but throughout his career, just that 15-8 record, ERA 3.13, and they are going through the, all intents and purposes, almost like cat litter. It's called turfus.
So we'll step aside as the grounds crew continues to work on the field. It's 4-2 Cardinals here in the 6th. The field, a lot of work to be done as they work on the infield and also pitcher's mound at home plate. Bill Finley and his crew, it's been a hard weekend for them with all the rain in the area. So we'll step aside again. Brewers will take to the field, and we'll have action for you, hopefully, for the bottom of the 6th. Third with 4 hits, 3 earned, but he walked 5. Flores had a double that scored 2 to account for the only runs from Milwaukee. Aledmys Diaz 1 for 2 with a homer, and Piscotty 2 for 2, a walk and a run scored. So this is back in the first inning. Diaz with a solo home run. The Cardinals in that inning sent 2 to the wall that did not get out. That one did. That made it 1-0. Milwaukee then in the 4th inning, they would pick up 2 of their own. Flores, ball just inside the first base line, and 2 runs would come around to score. Cardinals then came back, tied it up, and took the lead. Matt Carpenter, the single, would score Tommy Pham. And then in the 5th, Brandon Moss, production again. Hanging breaking ball, hits it into the corner. Piscotty would score. Some fans, they're either here or they're over in Ballpark Village staying dry. Live look at BPV Ballpark Village on this rainy July 3rd. 4-2 St. Louis. Isn't that nice of Jim? Underway here in the bottom of the 6th. Michael Blazek, former Cardinal, in for Milwaukee to face Tommy Pham.
2013, Blazek pitched in 11 games for the Cardinals, and then he was acquired by Milwaukee to complete the John Axford trade. That was in 13. Remember, he had a really kind of a funky breaking ball.
1-1 pitch, taken high. So do you call that a rain delay?
You know, Tom Mee, our distinguished director, asked me that, and I said, I'm not sure. It truly is a rain delay, but not the conventional one.
Pham with a high fly ball out to deep right, and this ball is off the top of the wall. Pham on his way to second base.
Hey, you know, tomorrow's 4th of July. A little premature fireworks there. Looked like it bounced right on the top of the fence and back into the ballpark, so it's just a double.
Boy, you don't see that every day, do you?
Yeah, Adams going to pinch hit. Instead of going forward into the bullpen, it came back into the playing surface. So right in. Kind of lucky he didn't get thrown out at second. Adams pinch hitting now. He's been an outstanding pinch hitter.
Breaking ball taken high. Make a case he's been the best pinch hitter in baseball.
6 career pinch hit home runs. He's 8 for 16 with 2 home runs this year. 500 average.
It's really interesting how the Cardinals can get their bench players ready. They have 2 batting cages. The video room is right there before they get into the clubhouse. And so they can go down there, watch the game on TV, see the situation, hit off a tee, have somebody throw BP. They're ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, with the 2 hitting instructors, Mabry and his assistant Derek May, you know, somebody could go down and throw to Adams.
Hits it the other way, and it's foul.
Wow, just by smallest of margins did that ball go foul. Start out fair, and then you see clearly it's foul. And over his last 13 on this homestand.
Hitting .413 with runners in scoring position. The 1-2 pitch to Adams. Pulled foul. In all of baseball, Stephen Piscotty the best numbers in average with runners in scoring position. .455. Adams at .413. Paulo Orlando .413. John Jay .412.
He's 3rd in Major League with his 8 pinch hits. 500 average. 2 home runs this year.
The Cardinals as a team with 10 pinch hit home runs.
.500 average, 2 home runs among his 8 pinch hit hits, and 6 RBIs. Piscotty both have 9 home runs on the year.
The 1-2 pitch. Struck him out.
That breaking ball we talked about.
So a strikeout of Adams brings in Carpenter, who has an RBI base hit.
Cardinals have 4 guys in double figures in home runs, and 2 more, Scotty and Adams, sitting at 9. That was the last time we had 6 guys in double figures in home runs.
Yeah. Just didn't see a lot of power from this team a year ago. Carpenter is 1 for 3 with an RBI. Fastball taken low. These two were teammates in the Cardinals minor league system. The 1-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Rosenthal was up and throwing. May see him after Lyon struck out the side.
He's still up and throwing.
Seung-Hwan Oh picked up his first major league save yesterday here in the United States. .357 saves in Japan and Korea, and then #1 yesterday. Here's a 3-0 pitch. 3-1. Diaz on deck. It's actually brightened up a little bit here at the ballpark. With Segrist out with mono, Sam Tuivailala, hard-throwing right-hander, has been called up.
It was a AAA All-Star team, but I think he trade that for Major League time.
3-1. Taken high, and it's a walk for Carpenter. The Cardinals have picked up 6 walks in this game.
Got to win when getting that many free passes. He's asking trouble too. Diaz hit a home run first time up. He's walked, and then he hit another one back in the 4th inning that we thought was going to be a home run, but caught at the wall in left field.
So 1 out and 2 on. Outfield is deep there, straight away for the Cardinals shortstop. Fastball misses outside. Well, the Brewers are going to come away one way or another out of this series feeling beat up. Long delays, losing at least 2 of 3. The missed opportunities, they grounded into 7 double plays, only 1 hit with runners in scoring position. Then a ball game tomorrow morning at 11 Eastern. 2-0.
Falling behind the count and asking for trouble.
The 2-0 pitch to Diaz. Inside, 3 balls, no strikes.
Lazick had a stint on the disabled list with right elbow impingement. He also gave up 5 runs in 2/3 of an inning late May to Cincinnati. Without that game, he would just have a 2.60 ERA.
Seen the Cardinals turn some of their hitters loose on 3-0 recently. There's another 3-1. A lot of that is due to the fact that Diaz is seeing the ball well, hitting so well. But that's a rookie up there. You know, he's been in the big leagues less than half a year.
You know, it seems like to me more times than not they're given the green light, but you just ask a hitter to be selective. You know, look for a pitch you can drive. Even if it's a strike and it's not in that spot, you take it.
The 3-1 pitch. Diaz pops it up. Shallow right. Jeanette going out. And the catch is made. In steps Holiday, and Matt has driven 2 to the wall that were caught, and then on the other time that he made it out, he hit one a mile high. I mean, he just missed it.
Came in batting .316 against Milwaukee in his career. .316, 29 doubles, a triple, 27 home runs, and 91 RBIs, and 6 stolen bases.
First pitch to Holiday. Take it for a ball. Piscotty on deck. So Matt fly to the wall in right. The wall in center. Then a high fly ball into center field. 0 for 3 today. One ball, one strike.
Not too often you see him hit that many balls in the air. You know, he's a low ball hitter, so he hits a high percentage of ground balls. And then because of the fact he hits them so hard, a lot of them will go through. This year, a lot of extra base hits. 31 of his 68 hits this year have been extra base hits.
And the 1-1 pitch. Cardinals welcome in the Pirates to town tomorrow on the air the 4th of July at 12:30. Carlos Martinez and Jonathan Neese. Mike Leake and Jameson Taillon in game 2. Jaime Garcia, Jeff Locke in game 3. Wainwright, Chad Cole, afternoon game on Thursday. 3-1. This has got to be frustrating for the Brewers to see the hitters counts repeatedly in this game and all the walks issued to the Cardinals.
Pitching behind the count all night, all day, just asking for trouble.
Blaine Boyer throwing in the pen. Right-hander, former Cardinal. 3-1 pitch. Taken high. That's now 7 walks the Cardinals have received.
Maybe in a rebuilding phase, but your pitchers really shouldn't have that bad of control. 2 walks in the inning plus a double. So the bases are loaded for Blaine Boyer. He'll be coming in here. There's Lee Tunnell, another former Cardinal, the bullpen coach. Chevy called the bullpen. Will bring in Blaine Boyer.
He'll face Piscotty with the bases loaded. The Cardinals leading 4-2. Bottom of the 6th, 2 outs, bases loaded for Stephen Piscotty. This season against Milwaukee, our BJC Healthcare difference maker. The Cardinals have dominated the series, winning 6 of the 8 games. The team ERA 1.77. And look at the difference in terms of what the Cardinals have done in runs scored. They've outscored the Brewers 52-16. And Piscotty would love to add to that. Boyer spent 15 games back in the 09 season with the Cardinals. This year his ERA on the road about 4.5. At home it's under 2. Stevens 7 for 14 with the bases full.
Been released 4 different times through his career.
First pitch is in the dirt. One of his best friends and former roommate in the minor leagues is Adam Wainwright.
Yeah.
Those two were in Atlanta.
Both Georgia boys. His appearances there, 32 appearances. 24 of them have been scoreless. He was one of 2 non-roster invitees to make the club. Spring training. The other one, Chris Capiano, come back to Milwaukee for another time. Not the guy you want to bring up with men in scoring position, is it?
This guy has been something. Close to 500 with that average. The 1-1. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
He's Major League Baseball with runners in scoring position, a .455 average. 30 hits with runners in scoring position.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Three and 2. Runners off with this next pitch. Bases loaded. 3 and 2 with 2 outs. Piscotty, left field, grand slammer into Big Mac land.
Say he's pretty good with runners in scoring position.
Moss, a ground ball, weakly hit to the right side. Grand slam by Piscotty, and now in air. More than likely on Scooter Gennett. And Moss is aboard.
Seemed like he was playing that middle short right field. Second baseman, he threw that ball and he was just 5 feet off the mark. But second career grand slam, his 10th home run of the year. RBIs up to 44. Watch this throw. Wasn't even close. Good thing Croy was backing up. Makes you think that that ball was pretty wet.
Yeah. Steven Piscotty now with 10 home runs. And he's up to 44 RBIs. The second home run hit by the Cardinals today, the other by Diaz. 3-2 pitch, and he didn't miss it.
Midway up there in Big Mac land. There's the ball right there. Young man has it. Getting the phone calls going.
It's got a dent in it, young lady. One ball, one strike. Johnny Peralta, 1-2. The Brewers will look back at this game if they cannot come back and just kick themselves with the amount of walks that they've had. 7 here today. And with those walks, 4 runs have scored off them.
Yeah, I was lucky that it wasn't all 7 of them.
Ground ball. Boyer had a glove on it. Peralta may beat it out, and he does for the base hit.
And end up with Boyer getting the glove on it. Guaranteed the infield single. Slowed it up enough to where Jeanette couldn't get to it.
3 hits in the inning. Boyer's come in and allowed a home run. And now this infield single.
Slowed him up enough. Dan, another 8 runs scored at this point. That means the Cardinals have scored 8 or more times this year right now than all of last year.
Incredible.
And they won 100 games.
Two on and 2 outs. Late swing there by Yadier Molina.
That is chasing Tim McCarver. He's tied with Manny Sanguillen with 1,500 career hits. Timmy had 1,501 in a long career.
Played in 4 different decades as Molina hits it to short. Taken by VR over to Carter. Piscotty the grand slam, and this game has been busted wide open, and he knew it. Into Big Mac land, and an 8-2 St. Louis lead. St. Louis lead. We flash back Sunday, July 17th, the 06 Mystery Jersey Day presented by AT&T. 30,000 fans ages 16 and older receive an adult Cardinals jersey featuring the name and number of one of the 5 players from the 2006 championship team. Tickets at cardinals.com/promotions. Again, Bill Finley and the crew working on the mound, and they just raked the infield. Little drying agent in the batter's box, and it's our Chevy call to the pen, Trevor Rosenthal.
Trevor been pitching much better of late since he's been removed from the closer's role, given non-pressure situation. This was one of the more. This is a situation more what they envisioned, coming up here with an 8-2 lead, and damn, with more rain coming, and we just let them stay up there for 3 innings and hit.
I'm all for it. How about some of the scores, by the way, today?
Oh, I know. There's some big ones.
Toronto over Cleveland 17-1. Boston 10-5 over the Angels. Angels had 21 or 22 runs last night. Mets over the Cubbies 14-3. And Washington 12-1 over Cincinnati as Strasburg became the first 11-0 pitcher since 1985 in the National League. Scooter Gennett at the plate. Since Yadier Molina became a part of the Cardinals back in 2004, splitting time with Mike Matheny, when he starts, the Cardinals since that time, as Gennett pulls it foul, think about this. They are 243 games above 500 when he is behind the plate and starts.
That's unbelievable.
It really is. You think about the responsibility of the catcher, not only dictating the pitches and helping a pitching staff, but dictating a lot of what happens with the other 8 players on the field.
I remember early in his career, he wasn't a polished hitter, and everybody said that's okay. All we want him to do is catch and throw, take care of the pitching staff. I think he's done that pretty well, and he's developed into a very solid offensive player, particularly considering his running speed.
243 above 500.
I know.
Center field, and Pham is able to keep it in front. Can't make the catch, and it's a base hit for Scooter Gennett.
Appreciate that effort. So he was playing a little bit into left center. Now there's one side of it though, you kind of goes, okay, play under control. If this ball would have got by him. That ball would have got by him in an 8-2 game, and you kind of say, wait a minute, you're playing a little reckless. But kept it in front of him. Ron, who's 2 for 3. That was all off of Waka.
Pitch taken high by Ryan Braun. Braun is 2 for 3. Couple of singles here this afternoon. Hits it down the right field line and out of play. As you mentioned, rain apparently on its way. Just wonder how much more this field can take right now. The infield is what we're talking about primarily. It does drain so well, but still only so much a field can take.
Well, the umpires are always going to think about player safety. It's one of their primary concerns, but really as long as the pitcher's mound is intact and home plate is intact, they pretty much let you go ahead and play. You know, really no ever thought to the outfielders and the warning track. They'll try and keep the base paths dry in the infield, but
last Cardinals cleanup man with 2 grand slams in one season, Albert Pujols in 2002 when he was batting cleanup then. Then we saw him bat primarily third the rest of his career.
Right. Braun, who hit Waka well, also hits well against Rosenthal, 6 for 10.
You know, the one thing about Piscotty, we talk about the fact that he's done so well with runners in scoring position, his ability to think through an at bat, how the pitcher is approaching him in those high leverage situations, thinking with the pitcher a little bit.
We've seen a lot of veterans and guys with much more lengthy resumes that really can't handle the pressure of that fourth spot. Doesn't phase him a bit.
2-2. Pulled foul. Two pitch to Braun. Hits it the other way and a foul ball. Braun to me seems pretty locked in right now.
Yeah, he's pretty comfortable. Friday night he had an 11-game hitting streak. Stopped. He's hitting over 400 during that time, and
trying to go in. He'll pull that. They went away with a fastball, mid-90s. Hit that the other way. Trying to figure out that pitch to put him away. The 2-2. Up the middle and a base hit. Another hard hit ball off the bat of Ryan Braun. So the first two have reached against Rosenthal here in the 7th. Runners at first and second. Plaza Tire Service replay.
Up over the middle of the plate. It's 10 for 31. Braun talking about this year against the Cardinals, but only 2 RBIs. No home runs.
Brings in Jonathan Lucroy. Runners at first and second, nobody out. Seen that a couple of times with that breaking ball. He just, whether it's the rain or just can't get on top of it, but that's just spinning up there. One-oh pitch. It's always interesting to look at the comparison, especially the year after Hayward leaves St. Louis. Jason is hitting .232, Piscotty .288. Piscotty 10 home runs, Hayward with 4. 44 driven in for Steven, only 26 for Hayward. And Piscotty hitting .455 with runners in scoring position. Jason Hayward .224.
Forget about how many $20 million difference this year, whatever it is. Lucroy just 1 for 9 off of Trevor. Bowman is warming up in the Cardinal bullpen.
The 1-2 pitch. Brewers have hit into 7 double plays, the 2+ games, and 1 hit with a runner in scoring position. In the dirt.
Trying to get the psyche of Rosenthal back up high and regain his closer form, but more rain due, and just don't want to get a long inning here.
2-2 is hammered. And we've talked about it a lot. You know, he's been falling behind and getting into hitters counts. The hitters sit on a fastball, and in this particular game it looks like he's having a lot of problems with his secondary pitches, and so they sit on that fastball.
Well, and then, you know, the fastball is not finding corners. It's kind of in the middle of the plate a little bit. Kind of lose that movement.
2-2 into center field. 3 consecutive hits to begin this inning. Throw by Pham is offline, and it's over Peralta. Ball does stay in play, but the throw going into third allows Lucroy to go to second. Takes away the potential of a double play.
Like Pham was all prepared to throw to second base, get it back in quickly, and then all of a sudden he sees that Braun is going towards third, and he tries to change his position, airmails it. Lucky that it doesn't go into the dugout. Goes off the screen portion or right at the top, and then Rosenthal retrieves it. He's kind of no man's land, caught in between. We're going to home or third just to see where it's going. It's a tough situation for the pitcher, but Rosenthal needs to be in foul territory and then make the adjustment whether he goes to back up third or go to home. He was right on the foul territory, so you see he does get over there and keeps Braun at third base. Quick visit from Derek Lilliquist.
That screen, by the way, was not there a year ago. That ball that kept it in, or the screen that kept in the baseball.
I think Major League Baseball, you know, they don't mandate that. Club for their own protection better put that screen up, protect the players.
Rain starts to fall, and here is Carter. This might not be a good matchup for Rosenthal. Carter can turn on a fastball, and that's been the pitch primarily that has been getting hit around here in this 7th inning. Runners at second and third.
Like
1 ball, 1 strike.
You know, trouble throwing the secondary pitches. So I'm sure Carter, who's already struck out 103 times, he's going to just look for that fastball, definitely, which he should be doing until he gets 2 strikes.
Here's a 1-1.
One of those deals, too. Danny Rosenthal might think in his own mind, well, I'm going to pitch around this guy, but if he walks him, he's out of this game, or should be.
Three and 1. Bit uneasy here at the ballpark. You're seeing the guy that Cardinals have counted on the last 3 years. 48 saves a season ago, club record. Struggling right now. Full count. Carter has had issues a couple of times with our home plate umpire Ron Kulpa at previous at bats. Bases loaded. Looks to be a double switch here. Greg Garcia hops out of the dugout along with Mike Matheny. That'll be it for Trevor Rosenthal. 3 consecutive singles and then the walk. Bowman coming on. It's part of the double switch. It's our Chevy called to the pen. Matt Bowman in relief of Trevor. Didn't think that would happen at the beginning of the year. And just hope that Trevor gets straightened out. 25th appearance now for Matt Bowman. Nobody out, bases loaded, in an 8-3 St. Louis lead.
It's always a risk. Or can you keep a Rule 5 pick? Must stay on your roster. And, you know, sometimes you're playing with basically a 24-man roster, but his role is increasing every time we see him. Does such a good job of getting ground balls, and that's exactly what the Cardinals need here. Bowman, second among National League relievers with a 65.6 ground ball ratio.
Here's a 1-0 pitch with the bases loaded. Fastball misses low. 2 balls, no strikes. Inning started with a base hit by Scooter Gennett. Then Braun a single. Lucroy a single, advanced. The throw that got by third to second. Then the walk to Carter. And here is Aaron Hill. 2 balls, no strikes as the rain continues to fall. 3-0. Hyundai pitch, Arsenault on the right-hander. Fastball, slider, and change. Rain is picked up.
Good sinking fastball.
And the 3-1. Gets the ground ball. Garcia to the plate. The stretch by Molina. Come right into the game and the ball finds you.
Good job by Bowman not to give battle back from a 3-0 count. Get the ground out there. It's the first out of the inning. Garcia, you see he's off, you know, his body's going towards first, but he has to throw back to catcher to get the force out there. Nice and Bowman probably were teammates at part of last year, both at Las Vegas and the Mets organization.
Center fielder today for Milwaukee. 8-3 St. Louis. Bases loaded, 1 out. There's strike 1. The shift is on here for Nieuwenhuis as time is called.
Nieuwenhuis just hitting .217 against right-handed pitching.
0-2. The bat nearly came out of his hands. Slick, steady rain. Nothing at 2 the count. And him way out in front. Be interesting to see if this inning would end with a double play. Would they bring the tarp on right here?
Right Rain's supposed to stop at 6:27.
That's a ways away.
The technology that's available to these clubs.
It is pouring right now.
The heaviest rain is for about the next 6-7 minutes. Can you dodge it that long?
Two and two. Might see them bring out the tarp after this at bat.
Let's hope nobody gets hurt, and let's hope the tarp doesn't come out.
The 2-2 pitch by Bowman. Fastball hit down the left field line and foul out of play.
For more baseballs, and now he's going to stop it. Jerry Meals going to stop it right now.
That'll be it. Here comes a tarp. So at 5:37 here in St. Louis, play is stopped on a 2-2 count, and the bases loaded with Neuenhuis at the plate.
Talk to him.
See Mike Matheny ask Matt Bowman, could you get a grip on the ball?
That tarp is really heavy right now with all the rain they've had last couple days, and grounds crew's done a great job. Umpires done a good job trying to dodge the rain as much as they could.
We'll step aside and back with more in a moment. Rain delay presented by Helitech. It's 8-3 Cardinals in the top of the 7th. Bases loaded. The count is 2-2. Kirk Neuenhuis at the plate. Matt Bowman on the mound. 6:31 here in St. Louis. 5:37 the rain delay started. And the 2-2 pitch from Bowman. We'll do it again. Neuenhuis doubled and scored back in the 4th. He has struck out twice. Bowman in relief of Trevor Rosenthal. The 2-2 pitch. Neuenhuis hits it foul. Mentioned it earlier, an early start tomorrow for Milwaukee. 11 o'clock on the East Coast. The start time for their game on the 4th of July. The umpires are driving to Chicago. Their flight was canceled, so they'll have to drive to Chicago later tonight. That'll be the Reds and the Cubs tomorrow from Wrigley. Boy, Craig Counsell was hot. They pulled on the tarp, and he did not look happy at all. 3-2 pitch from Bowman. Little tapper out in front of the plate. Bowman goes to first to get the shore out. May have had a play at home plate. Lucroy scores, and it cuts a lead to 8-4.
Bowman was headed to the dugout. He thought that was the 3rd out. See, he's kind of mad at himself. Princeton University.
Certainly looked like he did have a play if he wanted to go to the plate for the force.
See, he comes in here and he wondered why he flips the ball. So yeah, he had a force at the plate. Now he's going to the dugout, and they have to tell him that that's only 2 outs. I'm sure it just got away from him, you know, with the rain delay and everything else. But
here's Ramon Flores. Flores with a double all the way back in inning number 4. That scored 2. It put the Brewers on top 2-1 at that time. Cardinals came back, tied it up. Then got 2 in the 5th, 4 in the 6th. On one swing of the bat. Grand slam by Piscotty. 1 ball and 1 strike. Two and 1.
I'm sure Yachty was yelling at Bowman to throw home, but no excuse for not hearing it. Don't have that big a crowd anymore.
Back to Bowman, and he's got it. High-speed replay. Reactions right back to Bowman. Bam, right there. The AT high-speed replay.
Just tell the way he walks off, he's still mad at himself for not getting the force out of plate, maybe even a double play. Home to back to third. Excuse me, first. Council. 11 o'clock game tomorrow in the nation's capital, but
I mean to tell you, he was giving Jerry Meals an earful. They pulled on the tarp, and the umpires walk off towards that dugout to go back to their umpire's room, and he was getting it from Craig Counsell. Here's Tommy Pham, doubled off the top of the wall. Juan Mareñez is the new pitcher for Milwaukee. He pitched on Friday night. Pham has also walked and scored 2 runs. He has scored here today. And the 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. The big hit in this game, a Stephen Piscotty grand slam. That was back in the 6th on a 3-2 pitch.
Brewers have out hit the Cardinals 13-8.
A strikeout of Pham. This day started with Michael Wacha getting the start. Seems like days ago.
He's in line for the victory. If the Cardinals can hold on. Colton Wong went in after the rain delay to play left field.
First plate appearance of the afternoon. Well, I guess I should say night. 1 out and nobody on, and the first pitch is hit the other way, down into the corner. Extra bases here for Wong. Trots into second base with a stand-up double.
You mentioned extra bases. Colton Wong so excited to hear that behind his name. Just really very few extra bases. He got the big hit yesterday, plating 2. He hasn't had a whole bunch of extra base hits this year.
He had the triple yesterday that scored 2, and now a double. We're back to the top of the lineup, and Carpenter, RBI single in the 4th. Walked and scored against Michael Blazek back in the 6th.
And that was only his 2nd double and his 6th extra base hit of the year. He's got 3 triples.
He had over 40 extra base hits last year.
And extra base is what you always get from Carpenter.
Fastball and a strike. Cardinals trying to make it 11 straight wins against the NL Central. Last time they lost inside the division, it was a walk-off homer hit by Joey Votto, first game of a road trip. A 1 pitch gets away, but Wong stays put at second. Milwaukee, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Chicago. Just wonder, with a lead of 8-4, should Colton Wong be at third base? He's got great speed, sometimes can be a little bit tentative on the bases. Regardless, he's at second. 1 ball, 1 strike. Carpenter with a drive into right field. It is caught. 3rd ball that's been hit to the wall in this game and caught by Milwaukee defenders.
Carpenter can't believe it. Last couple series, you know, he's 3-4 times he's done that. Right at the wall, you think it's gone. And he had great success against this right-hander. See how close it is. Would have stayed in the ballpark, but would have been another extra base hit for him.
You'd see the frustration. We had a shot there of Colton Wong. He's upset. And it's not because the home run didn't make it over the wall and that turned into an out, but the fact is, if he's at third, he scores. Here's Aledmys Diaz. He homered back in the first inning for the Cardinals. Fastball and a strike.
A nice loose grip that he has right there.
Here's a 1-0. Inside, 3-0. Greg Garcia on deck. Honda home run inning. Cardinals get a home run. Gateway Honda dealers $1,000 donation to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. 2 home runs hit by the Cardinals today. He was swinging on 3-0 last time up. Looks at a strike. Here's a 3-1. Outside, and it's a walk. Two more home runs hit by the Cardinals today. That ties them with Washington, 108 atop the National League. Here's Greg Garcia.
Wonder if Washington got any home runs today in their 12-1 victory over Cincinnati.
Runners at the corners. Garcia hits it up the middle. Base hit. Run scores. That's Wong. And it makes it a 9-4 St. Louis lead. Just past the diving Jonathan VR. Here's Piscotty back in the 6th on a 3-2 pitch. Hits one up into Big Mac land. A grand slam. His second. He's had a big day. Couple of runs scored, on base 4 times. 2 singles and a grand slam. Trying to make it a 4-hit day. He has 2 of those already under his belt. Martin Prado, the only player that has had 3 4-hit days. Outside.
Average up to 295 with his big day today. 44 RBIs, 10 home runs. Batting out of the cleanup spot, solidifying that spot in the lineup for Mike Matheny. And I think a lot of us thought that Scotty was capable of having this type of season, but probably wouldn't think it would be in his rookie year.
The 2-0 pitch. Hit sharply to third. Cardinals strand 2, add to their lead. Garcia with the toss. And the catch. hold on today, they would be 8 games back of Chicago and go to 43 and 38. Rain has started to fall, and it is a hard rain right now as Jonathan Broxton comes into the game. Hernan Perez will be the hitter.
A couple minutes ago, I looked at the radar and there was nothing there, but it said something could pop up. It's only supposed to last about 5 minutes.
Ground ball that's hit to second.
Golden Sombrero's coming back up.
Oh boy, 4 strikeouts today for Jonathan VR.
Cololiquist looking with Bill Finley.
One out and nobody on. Now time is called.
If it was called or not. Yes, it was, but
stepping out as that pitch was coming is VR. Drops of rain coming off the bill of the helmet. One ball, one strike. I'm not sure if you saw it, Al, but I mean, Craig Counsell was all over Jerry Meals when they decided to stop play.
I saw the beginning of it. Jerry Meals kind of had to take it. Obviously not the ideal conditions today and trying to work with it.
Ground ball, he does put it in play. And Broxton is there at the bag for the out after the flip by Moss. Just so nimble.
Oh, I was going to say, like ballerinas out there. Footwork perfect. Right there, bare hands it. Gives it to him just enough time to spare to look down and step on the bag and beat the runner.
Look what Broxton's using, Al.
And it won't be good.
He was using the Raboski.
And he'd be using a tongue depressor.
The good old tongue depressor, Danny.
Works better.
Here's Scooter Gennett. Fastball and a strike. Grounds crew is definitely going to have to do some work between innings, in particular towards the back of the dirt near the outfield grass.
Yeah, right behind first base and also behind third base.
Ground ball, there's Garcia. Good work by Jonathan Broxton. 9-4 midway through 8. St. Louis Cardinals baseball is brought to you by Bud Light Lime and by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. Brandon Moss will lead it off for the Cardinals. Jeremy Jeffress, the closer for Milwaukee. Our Chevy called to the pen.
And he hasn't pitched since 25th of last month when he recorded his 21st save with scoreless ninth inning. He's unscored upon in 28 of his 35 appearances. Not allowed a run or a walk on the road over his first 11 outings. Only blown save was to the Cubs back on May 18th.
First pitch is strike. Second tour of duty for Jeffress with the Milwaukee Brewers. 9-4 St. Louis. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Moss with an RBI double back in the 5th. Takes a ball low.
Moss 2 for 3 with a home run against him. Milwaukee's closer.
This might be the game that you get Sam Tuivailala in. Up by 5 runs at the moment. Closing games out down in the minor leagues.
That's a good idea.
And there he is. Chop to first. It stays fair. Carter will take it. This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Cardinals may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The content descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals.
Hardcore fans in the stands and also over at Ballpark Village.
Broken bat single for Jed Jerko. On the air tomorrow, 12:30, Nice and Martinez.
And I wonder why is Yachty's still in a game like this, even if you give him an off day tomorrow.
1 out and a runner at first, and Molina hits into a double play. Out at second, out at first. 6-4-3 on the double play. you can pick up at the Cardinals team store. The M4 logo. Take a look at our Nissan drive of the game off the bat of Stephen Piscotty. This is a grand slam that he hits up into Big Mac land. The Nissan drive of the game. What a player he has turned into. 10th home run of the year, up to 44 driven in.
Signed out of Stanford University, a third baseman. Made him a right fielder.
Chevy called to the pen, and it's Sam Tuivailala in to face Ryan Braun to lead it off. His numbers from last year.
He was closing games at Memphis. Was named to the AAA All-Star game in his first appearance since being recalled when Sechrist went on the disabled list with illness.
Ryan Braun, another line drive base hit.
4 for 5 today, hitting the ball very hard.
Well, Tuivailala, the biggest issue has been just the fact that he's trying to locate secondary pitches for strikes. He's always had a great fastball, and he can hit triple digits, but can he get the secondary pitches in for strikes?
And he's really worked hard on that cutter. When we saw him late last season with a cutter, and he looked like a different pitcher. You know, very effective. He also has worked on a curveball, which he thinks makes his fastball better. But I did notice, you know, in AAA he had an ERA over 5.
Yep. There's Jonathan Lucroy, and that's a base hit into left. Another pitch heads up. The Cardinals have a right-hander throwing in their pen. Seung-Hwan Oh. Picked up his first major league save yesterday.
357 saves between Korea, where he's the all-time saves leader, and then the last 2 years in Japan, where he picked up 80 more there.
Fastball at 96, taken for a ball by Carter.
Look at Tuivailala, and doesn't quite look like a shortstop. That's what he signed as, a shortstop.
Little check swing, and that's a foul ball.
Because of that good arm that converted him to pitching. Still a work in progress. It's only been a few seasons that he started pitching.
Big arm. 2 balls, 1 strike. Nobody out, 2 runners on. In a 9-4 St. Louis lead. May have crossed up Molina, or the foul ball just looked like a cross up.
Hit the way Yachty caught it, but it's pretty quick hands from Yachty to be able to make that adjustment.
2-2 the count. How about a double play ball? Cardinals have turned 7 of those in this series.
I prefer a triple play.
Let's get greedy. I'm with you. Send everybody home. 4th of July tomorrow. Day game, Pittsburgh in town. We're on the air at 12:30.
Might wing their way here before this game's over.
The 2-2. Taken high. So again, Milwaukee, 11 o'clock Eastern start tomorrow morning. So they'll fly out to Washington. Pittsburgh flying in here tonight. And the umpires, their flight canceled to Chicago. They're driving to the Windy City after this game.
Pittsburgh won today, 6-3 over the A's. So they'll be coming in from the West Coast.
Liriano picked up that win. Cardinals will not face him in the series. That's big because the Cardinals, just even if he's going bad, it seems like Liriano has their number.
He's been going bad.
Ouch. Carter hit by the pitch. Bases loaded, and what point do you go to 0? Back-to-back singles, then a hit batsman.
Save situation, so Mike Matheny brings in his new closer. Now he signals, and Tuivailala didn't get it out. So O will come in and have a chance to get back-to-back saves against Milwaukee. This would be his second save in big leagues, and we'll be back and tell you more about our Chevy call to the bullpen.
Get the save, 1 for 2 in save opportunities. ERA of 1.54 as he took over for Trevor Rosenthal. Bases loaded, nobody out, and the Cardinals leading this ball game. Not what the Cardinals wanted to do, to have O come in, and with a quick turnaround for tomorrow, not necessarily the best idea to have your closer throw potentially in 3 straight games.
No, but you know, and then you got Broxton, who looked very good today. You know, he would be 3 straight games also.
The slider misses low and away. Bob Uecker and a Bob Uecker seat. Tell you what, that fan on the right, that is a fan. That is somebody that is in baseball heaven.
How do you get there? Baseball heaven.
Right now it feels like purgatory. Here's a 1-0.
Finally got someplace together.
Two balls, no strikes on Aaron Hill. Inside.
Remember earlier I was talking about we needed triple play. On April 29th, Hill started a triple play for Milwaukee.
Swinging on 3-0. Man, oh man. I guess I'm old-fashioned now, but you're down by 5 runs, and he's come in and thrown 3 straight balls.
And you
I
kind of
don't
think
know. Maybe take a pitch, maybe 2. Just a thought.
But he thought it was a pitch he could hit out of the ballpark as he pops it up.
Here's a 3-1. And he walked him. And with that, the tying run comes to the plate.
It's no excuse, but I kind of think that when you had the big lead, you had the 1-2-3 Broxton, you go in there and the last thing he was thinking is he was coming in this game. You can't afford to think that way, but I'm sure that's what he did.
And a strike to Kirk Nieuwenhuis. Bases loaded, nobody out. And the 0-1 pitch. Nieuwenhuis hits it down the left field line. It is slicing, and it is off the top of the wall. Gets away from Wong. Nieuwenhuis in at second base with a double. And Milwaukee was a couple of feet away from tying this game. A base hit will tie this game.
3 RBIs for Nieuwenhuis. So he gets into the corner there and it's actually behind him, and then he falls down.
Base hit could tie it. Still nobody out. Runners at second and third. Inning started with a 9-4 St. Louis lead.
Good pitch right on the outside part of the plate. Flores had a big hit back in the fourth, a 2-run double.
0-1 pitch. Now 0-2.
You can watch the Stone Buddha, Final Boss, great nicknames, but he doesn't waver. His facial expressions stay the same and shows no sign of weakness.
Good block by Molina. 1 ball, 2 strikes. I mean, this has happened in a blink of an eye. The 1-2 pitch to Ramon Flores. On the outside corner, and a strikeout for Sungwano.
He might have shut it down for a while, but he's got it back in gear now as a generous strike. We'll take it.
Hernan Perez. Perez, a ground ball that's hit to short. Diaz to Moss. Run does score. That makes it a 9-8 St. Louis lead. Jonathan VR, the final hole for Milwaukee. Steven Piscotty, our Budweiser player of the game today or tonight. 3 for 4 grand slam and a couple of runs.
Crazy game. 9-8, 27 hits.
VR is 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts. Strike 1. 1-1 the count. Oh, trying to end it. Outfield is not very deep. And something not quite right here. So Mike Matheny wants to talk it over with O, along with Yadier Molina and Eugene Koo.
Well, Yadi started walking out there, and you saw him going to the dugout saying, "Bring out Eugene so we can interpret." I always find it interesting that Yadi conducts this whole meeting, and Mike Matheny's just a spectator and a listener. The ball just kind of a little goofy right there, but I think he just, maybe slipping on the landing area or something that way, but I think he just wanted to make his point. He needed Eugene, the interpreter.
The 2-1 pitch to VR. 2-2.
Great pitch. Pulled the string there, and great location with it. Will he get his release today? The 5 strikeouts.
The 2-2.
Can run, leads the major leagues with his 26 steals, so speed is a factor.
The 3-2 pitch. See the pinch hitter here, Martin Maldonado, and the last guy you want to see coming up would be at the on deck circle, Ryan Braun, who has just absolutely destroyed the baseball today. So Maldonado pinch hitting for Jeffress. He's the backup catcher. 2 runners on, so the tying run at second base. Go ahead is at first. 2 outs here in the top of the 9th. Ball 1.
Maldonado's first plate appearance in this entire series. For the year, he's 1 for 7. It was a home run.
The 1-0 pitch from Seung-Hwan Oh. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1 pitch by O. Late with that swing. 1-2 as it starts to rain. What else? The 1-2 pitch. He got him, and the Cardinals have their first sweep at home in 2016. A long day. It was worth it. 9-8. The Cardinals defeat the Brewers.
Exciting ball game, and a little too exciting for most Cardinal fans. Oh, finally does get the couple strikeouts in there, a couple walks, but he does pick up his 2nd save of the year, and he saved this ball game.
Stay with us. Much more to come. The post-game show. The final of 9-8.